Ah, perfect, perfect. Let's just make sure. Oh, why did you do this? Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. For some weird reason, I done all the settings before the stream, but it was like, no. That's correct focus, I believe so. Let's just double check. Yeah, hope you. Yeah, cool. Let's save it at that one. Perfect. Just thought I'd double check, as many of you are aware, having colour on is fine, but as soon as you got it primed white, cameras will struggle to pick it up, putting it politely. But I digress. We have some Oasis Desert Mercenaries to paint up this morning. So let us crack on with existing wisdom and get these guys sorted. So, may sound a bit counterintuitive, but first thing I'm going to do is... No, it's fine. I was going to put the sand on, but it's fine. I'm going to actually start painting them. Shock horror. But yeah, hope you're all doing well. Hope you all had a fantastic week. Now, we're into the weekend. So, what will be the first colour to do? I think it's going to be the Black Templar. So let's have a little look-see. So this is my reference for the models. That I can use. Yep, I believe they were painted in with vast majority contrast paints. So, hopefully this should be one of my quicker paint jobs. Famous last words. But let us crack on. As I said, I do hope. Box for Troll Trader is being collected in the next hour. Oh, very nice. Very nice. At least that ball is rolling, isn't it? There you go. It's a bit strange going back to contrast paints because I haven't actually used them in a little while. Not like a bad thing. I was up till midnight packing it. Oh, okay, fair enough. But at least you know it's all packed and it's all sorted. Which is no small order. I remember when I was packing stuff up in the past to sell it on. You want to make sure you pack it nicely so it doesn't, arrive damaged or anything like that. But yes, what is the plan for the rest of your day, Mr. Strike? Luckily with the sword I don't need to worry too much because I will be painting that conventionally. traditional colour. Words. It's too early in the morning. Yeah, I was going to stream these last night, but the broadband was playing up, so I didn't want to try and stream and potentially have intermittent cutting in and out, so I wasn't going to risk it. The purpose of selling on the Space Marines was to focus down on skirmish games instead of full 40k armies, so my plan today. Yeah, no, that I can completely understand that. Sometimes the large armies do get a bit overwhelming, shall we say. I'm repriming my entire 8,000 Imperial Guard, tanks left out, over black. Ah, okay. I'm in a weird dilemma with my armies at the moment, because I've just lost a lot of the desire behind them. Because I think they've just got out of hand. Let's say, you know, quantity-wise. Welcome, Jotun. Hope you are keeping well. Yeah, they've just got a little bit out of hand. And it's just... it's killing a lot of the excitement for me. So I need to figure out what to do. And... today, kill team Into the Darkness, kill team... blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, the kill teams. Damn, that's good. Kill team do look nice. Kill team do look enjoyable. Not going to deny that at all. But yeah, I just need to figure out what to do. I was at a Kill Team tournament yesterday. Ah, nice. Very nice. Well, I got some YouTube, I got a YouTube video going live now. Yeah, should have gone live now. Which is nice. Very, very nice. It was all about hobby burnout and motivation. I've sold off 2 of my painting lines, my Demon's Army, my airbrush, and a single competition min. Wait a minute, you sold your airbrush as well? I thought it was just your minis. That's a shame. Honestly, I thought it was just some of your minis you were selling. I absolutely demolished my Trader Guard opponent. Round 1, Jukari and Space Marines. I took Tempesta Science. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. My main thing is making sure everyone has fun. That's my main concern. I've gone to places too many times where it's just like, oh, you having fun? What? I've had like 2 turns. And other times, yeah, it's been great fun. You know what I mean? It's finding that fine line. Yeah, let's carry on. So yeah, it turns out the moving van was going to cost me over 1,000 for the move, so I'm having to sell almost everything, hit what I can, and ditch the state fireplace. Oh, okay. Not good. When first place was 250 element gift card, fun was not on the menu. No, I understand that. I understand that completely. But when what grinds me up, I'm going to be completely honest right now. You can take it, leave it. Is when people say I'm having fun, and they're completely and utterly power gaming, bought the best thing in the world, and they're just crushing their opponent, and they're being arrogant about it. They're just being obnoxious, you know, so-and-so, shall we say. That is when my blood boils. If everyone goes into it knowing, yeah, a £250, you know, gift card was up for grabs, yeah, you're going to go in swinging. You know, I understand that completely. But when it's like, it's supposed to be like an open day thing, it breaks the fun. Oh, hello, Simon is in the house. I see you've been very productive, Simon. How are you doing? And welcome. Oh god, wait a minute, did I touch? Oh, I touched something. That's the biggest problem with these instant colour things from like GW contrast paints, speed paints. I think Vallejo are getting into them. If you touch them, you're disturbing how they dry, and they dry like patchy. Always glad to hear you're good. I was even looking at some of the Gasland game after the convention because it looked really cool. That it was like, oh, I'll get a die-cast Hot Wheels car and blah 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 and just convert it up and make it work. It was cool. It was cool. But obviously I had to put a pin in that because I've got so many projects. My brother used to be like that. When he played, he was always a power gamer, even in D&D. Fun was had by all, handshakes all round, and much sharing of chocolate. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just, as I said, I've had quite a few bad experiences with the minority of people out there. I'm not saying the majority of tournament players, the minority, but it's such a bad taste in your mouth. You're like, yeah, I don't like it. But yeah, it's just part and parcel of the hobby, and part and parcel of going to championships and tournaments and stuff like that. But it's all good. But yeah, anyway, enough about doom and gloom. What's everyone's plan for the weekend? I know Turnstrike's doing a lot of building, and I presume Simon's doing a lot more building and painting, I presume? Because you've got all that terrain to crack on with. Turnstrike, I would hate to disagree with that. I've seen people power game with them. As I said, it's from person to person. It's person to person because I've seen people power game with Manticore spam, Chimera spam, and all this and all that. Yeah, and Lehman Russ spam. It's any game you can twist and break it within reason. But I'm not going to turn this stream into doom and gloom. Don't worry about it. So don't worry about it. Not in Kill Team. Let's just walk away from this. Let's just walk away from this. But yeah, it's like with any interest, you take you know, you make it your own. Painting 11th century, deploying 6 different spray cans to paint terrain. Oh god. Darn. I would love to get into more historical war games. But it's like, when is too many projects too many? Because me and a few at work are looking at doing, I've slowly got them into it now, or me and mate Aaron have got them into it, doing a genuine slow grow 40k project. So it looks like it'll be my Voltans, his World Eaters, we'll have Admech, we'll have Traitor Guard in it, and you know, multitudes of things. No such thing as too many. To a certain extent, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I've got an absolute metric ton of DC models and Batman models. I need to actually sit down and start painting them up. But then I've got a lot of Rohan, Mordor, Moria, and 40k galore. I think it's an interesting one when you're obviously painting as, say, you're painting for clients, not just for yourself. You know, you got to be careful with that, like work personal life balance. Which I guess isn't connected to too many projects, but sometimes you may get frustrated with yourself. I think because it's one of those ones that it depends on each person's own limitations. Like, don't get me wrong, I've probably got more projects than a lot of people I know. But I know there's people that have got more projects than me. You don't have to worry about work-life balance, Mark. Not like you're married. Oh, wait, yeah. Hey, I'm not married yet. Oh, so you still have a chance. I used to be a workaholic. My body gave out. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just finding your own balance. Everyone's different. You know, I'm not gonna preach. You've got to do this. You've got to do that. Everyone is different. Everyone has their own different balances. miss being able to do 18, 20-hour days, 4 to 6 days. Yeah, well, anybody would burn out after that. In all fairness, anybody would burn out after that. I have just given up trying to keep track of ongoing projects. Too many to count, and also I found that having super low standards get the projects finished. Very true. Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. It's having that balance between how much, you know, if you want to have more quality in your project, you've got to understand it's going to take more time. That you know, that is something that you've got to realise. But if you want to blitz out the models and your terrain and your projects, you're going to have to cut things back, which I completely agree with. I think that's why I like the dip method that I've now came across, for my own personal reasons, came across for, say, my Rohan and my Middle Earth and stuff. I won't be using the dip technique on the characters, but for the infantry, yeah, I can blast those out in half the time now. It's sad and worrying that those are normal shifts for HGV drivers. Yes, I completely understand that. My father is a lorry driver. But I would say you do have your mandatory breaks that you have to have between. What are those figures for? They are for a release from TT Combat. Hopefully the end of next month. I'll give everyone a heads up now. I'm going to be very, very busy the next month and a half with painting stuff up for work for releases, because there's a lot coming out. And some of the models that are coming out, I'm genuinely excited to see what people think of them. There you go. Yeah, I'm using contrast paints because that's the original painter that I'm finishing these off for. Use contrast paints, so I can't change it because there's only like 7-8 guys that I need to paint. I had too much to do. There was always a dream to money to support my family. No, completely understand. Now dreams gone, divorce, everyone's honestly, just take your time and just sometimes, Joan, we've all done it. I've done it myself. We've all done it. Hitting that reset button can genuinely be a good thing. Genuinely be a really good thing. They would work really well in my Caliphrope army. Oh! Yeah, I do like the aesthetic of these ones. It is a full army of these that are coming out, so it's not just one or two units. It is a genuine force of them is coming out. So it's really nice. But yeah, I do think contrast paints and speed paints and stuff and washes do have their place. Depending on, you know, what you want them to actually do. I'm gonna try over the weekend and do a video on it. The new slap chop technique, I've used a simpler one back in the past when I was painting up some DC models. But I'm gonna try this new one where you prime the model black, then you prime and keep the shadows black, but you prime it with a grey, light grey, then you wash it with a thin down grey contrast or speed paint, dry brush it back up with a white, and then use that as your base for all your contrasts and stuff. I'm going to give that a go and see how it comes out. Speaking of TT Combat models, oh my god mate, TTC have been getting laughed at so much the last 24 hours. How comes that? Oh, personally I really like the lady riding the octopus, but it practically became a meme. Oh, that one. Yes, yeah, that's she's an interesting lady, shall we say. That's new slap chop is how I've been painting for years, hence. Yeah, I was painting, so my old slap chop technique, or my current slap chop technique was, I'll grab the models in a bit to show, but it'd be prime black, like 90-degree angle and above would be grey, and then directly above, near enough, would be a white spray. And that was it. I just want to see what the difference between that technique and this one will be. Pardon me. Because, as I said, I have no idea what the difference will be like. This is truth when I say it's nice to see a real model, like size 6 GG woman. Yeah. Yeah, I got an orc model that I want to paint up. Using it is it's a jump pack. It's a jump pack character I got given it. So I'm not really going to collect orcs anytime soon. I thought I'd genuinely give it a go. Because the Maxmini orcs that I painted for work, they were done using my old Xenopool technique. So I want to see the difference. Yeah, she's a TT Combat exclusive because they've gone to Tabletop Live up in Manchester, I want to say, for the weekend. Yeah, part of me was tempted to go up to help with work, but then I was like, wait a minute, I've got a lot of things I need to paint, so I'll give it a pass. As I said, I've got a lot of stuff I need to do for work, which is good. It keeps me busy, keeps me out of trouble. But I didn't see a lot of like advertising for it. There's a lot of people going. There's a lot of businesses actually going. You've got Asmodee, you've got plenty of big businesses going. But I didn't see a huge amount of it like, oh, you know, everyone's going to it kind of thing. Hello, I see. Hello, hello, hello. One moment. While we were talking about slap chop techniques, I'll distract myself a minute from these ones and I'll grab some of my slap chop minis a minute just to show you.
Walking blind, don't forget that there is always hope to find. Choose your path, walk it well, break out from this living hell. In this broken cage we will not be confined. And when the world it starts to burn,
One moment. But yeah, morning everyone that's swinging on in, very much appreciated. But yeah, this is like my old, or my current slap chop technique, and not gonna moan about them at all. Done a little bit of dry brushing just to help with some of the blues and the purples. I'll say new 52 Batman there, put in there before he gets knocked over. This one is pure slap chop, except for a little bit of metallic. In all fairness, some of these, when I get back on top of some of my work projects and I can do my own ones, I'm very much tempted to go through all my DC models that are painted and just highlight them up. So don't repaint them per se, but highlight them back up. It's like Mr. John Constantine there. Yeah, it's surprising how well it works. Now, one thing I have noticed, I need to tidy up a little bit. Well, that's going to bug me that I don't fix that straight away. He's got a little spill right near his tie. And this method was born out of necessity, because when I was painting these ones up, I had very little painting space. Like, legitimately, I had no painting space. Me and the other half were living in a very small annex, to the point, basically our kitchen and bathroom now was the size of the annex. So my painting space was this desk right now, this desk here, that was my painting space. But then it was used for storing the laundry on and stuff like that, because the bedroom was small as anything. So I couldn't leave stuff out for very long, and yeah, it was just more necessity, more than anything else. Then you got Jason Blood. I would say slap chop technique works very, very well for more realistic kind of models, if that makes sense. Not powered armored behemoth models. I say realistic, and then I have Etrigan here. Bit of an older model. He's a bit dusty. But yeah, that's Etrigan. yet. But yeah, I'm very much tempted to get some knight models painted up again on the channel, but we shall see. We shall see. Oh, itchy nose. But yeah, I think for an actual technique to allow you to get your models painted and have them presentable and nice, it works wonders. It really does work wonders. That's why I'm excited, pardon me, to try the new method. Oh, I do have Lobo. I have Space Hog Lobo magnetized on the stand. I have him in the cabinet. And then I have on foot Lobo. As I said, I have a stupid amount of DC models. Me and a couple at work, I worked out roughly, if I painted, say, one night model a stream, like Tuesday to Friday, I would have enough models with spare to keep me going till into the new year. It's a bit scary when you think of it that way, isn't it? Because I actually have the Dark Knight Rises box set still in box. Has anyone heard about Vallejo's new contender into speed paints? They've brought out their own version by the looks of it. Unless I misread it. But yeah, I have the whole Justice League Dark models. I have the Justice League. I have quite a few different ones, thinking about it. Darkseid, Steppenwolf, Big Barter, Parademons. I think I'm going to have to give these a quick respray because for whatever reason, spray is potentially making the contrast like bleed away. So I will persevere and try and make it work. If not, I'll have to give these a quick respray. Yeah, I'm going to have to give them a quick respray. I think I missed the underneath. But it's fine. We can deal with that a bit later. Let's get Mr. Archer up and ready. But yeah, I think there's a certain more acceptance of terrain being more slapped together paint job, but minis have to be like painted a lot more detailed, shall we say? And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Take our time. Have you tried little big man shield transfers? They would be perfect ones for those shields. Ooh, I'll mention that to the big boss. I haven't personally tried them, but I'll mention it to the boss. I think there was talks of TT Combat doing their own transfers. I think at some point, but I don't know what happened with those conversations. I think it was just the logistics of it wouldn't work. I think it'd be a cool idea if it could work, because then you got all your different like TT Combat factions you could do for transfers. You could also do, you know, multitude of different ones. As I said, I don't know all the ins and outs of it. Lock these colours in. Okay. Oh, okay, we'll have a wee gander in a bit once I've done all the black. I've heard of them, but I've just never actually... I think I've seen their stuff on eBay? Maybe? If they're the same ones I'm thinking about. We'll have a little gander. Take our time. Just want to take my time because obviously black, like a lot of us are aware, black is a very, very powerful paint. It's not a colour, it's a shade, isn't it? But as soon as you put it down, it'll be difficult to clean up. Just joined and this is cool. Ah, glad to hear. Welcome. Hope you are keeping well. Just painting up some Oasis Mercenaries. Gonna be coming out for release in the very near future. But hope you all have a good morning, good day, or good afternoon, whatever time frame it is for you. A moment ago we were talking about the slap chop technique. Which was very nice. All new to me, teach away. It's very, very useful. Have you... Okay, so, just want to double check. Have you ever heard of the slap chop technique? Or kind of the more advised way of using like speed paint, contrast paint, instant color, those kind of glazy paints, like what I'm using now. Where you use like a black primer and then you work your way up through to like a white highlight underneath, and then you paint it up through. Because I don't want to tread the same water, if that makes sense. Or, you know, tell you how to suck eggs and stuff like that. I've never done this before. Heard of painted minis. Want to have a go though. Ah, perfect, perfect. Okay, so the nickname. I don't know where the nickname came from. I don't remember ever being called that when I first started using it. But the slap chop technique is a way of getting presentable minis to play with for D&D, your wargaming, whatever you want to use, really quite quickly. Simon says, we'll, validate this. We'll all validate it in one way or another. Now, what you do is you grab your miniature that you want to paint up. You obviously assemble it however you need to assemble it, whether it's resin, metal, plastic, whatever it is, 3D print. And you'll prime it using a black all over. Okay. Then you go from, say, a 90-degree angle. You spray it with a medium to light grey, but you keep it away from the shadows and the recesses. So you keep that black in there. And what you do, you then go over from the tippy top of the model of white directly above, so it helps create those light to shadow areas. Now the newer technique is you would use the black, you'd spray the grey, You then do a thin down grey wash or contrast paint or something like that to sit into the recesses. Then you dry brush the whole model with a white to catch the edges of the model. Because that is meant to bring out more definition. So, say for example, this is an orc flyer. I'll just clean up my brush before I damage the bristles. This is an orc that I've just sprayed black and I've just dry brushed it up through. And what I'm going to do, I'm not 100% happy with it. I'm then going to, after the stream and stuff like that, spray it with a grey. As I said, from like a 45-degree angle to keep the shadows. Then I'll do that wash and dry brush it up. But that's what I've been practicing with. But the older technique of it allows you to do models like that. I'll bring it into the light. I do apologise. Alright. So this method here is just doing the black, grey, white. Okay? And that's all it is allowing you to have those shadows like already there. To allow your glazes and your washes to do the colour filtering for you. And here's a model that I've already done my traditional priming on. Okay. And I wanted this method is my more favoured method, where I spray it black, and then I go directly above quite strong with the white, but then I tease the white onto these bit more areas here. Need to bounce for a bit, catch you later. No worries, you crack on. Whatever you need to do, hopefully it goes smoothly for you, Jotun. But this is the more traditional method I use. And I may actually paint it up on stream tomorrow. Just to show people, you know, how I like to use it. But we shall see. But I did get hold of some of the contrast medium. So I'm going to use that with a little bit of the grey contrast paint and wash it all over this one, just to pop out some of the shadows a little bit more. See if that's a nice mixture of like the older technique that I use and the newer one, and see what that comes out like, and see what people think of that. But hopefully that kind of helps you out a bit, Sean. But yeah, with contrast paints and speed paints, the biggest tip I'll give you is paint it on nice, good layers of it, but don't go back and disturb that layer while it's drying, or you get weird like tidal marks appearing. Just let it do its job. But the biggest tip I'll give anyone, have fun. Alright? Life is too short to worry about stuff. Have fun. Mind actually blown now. That is so cool. I want to have to try now. Yeah, by all means, give it a go. There is a Discord channel, Discord server link to this. So if you exclamation mark, I'll do it now for you. If you ever want to ask advice or anything like that, there's lovely people on there willing to answer and, you know, give you some, you know, tips and just general advice, like have you tried this, have you tried that. And you can show off your work in progress as well and your finished projects. There's a lot of knowledge and experience on there, and I invite anyone and everyone to join it. It's very much a still growing community, which is good. And then there's nothing stopping you once you do the slap technique, slap chop technique. You can highlight bits up. You know, if you want like the face to pop more, there's nothing stopping you highlighting up the face. But it's find that fine line balance between how much time do you want to spend on that miniature to the finished result. Anything I should start with? What is your plan? That's probably the best way to do it. Welcome, House. Welcome, Firehawk. By all means, lurk away. You're more than welcome. While I'm napping, I don't blame you. Honestly, what kind of... Okay. I know if Simon's still here, he's very experienced as well. What kind of miniatures... Have you actually looked at any miniatures in particular? You know, what have you actually looked at? Doing it for enjoyment, plus the missus does D&D, and I want to surprise her with doing her character. Yep, cool. So, if you grab hold of some characters, alright, get hold of a black, to start you off, get hold of a black, grey and white spray primer, alright, and make sure they are matte, not gloss or anything like that. Now you can go Games Workshop, you can go TT Combat, you can go Vallejo, you can go wherever you like. I even use Halford's primer, alright? Automotive ones. But just be careful, if they're not specifically designed for miniatures, be careful. Obviously being your first time round, get some miniature based ones. Alright, like Army Painter and stuff like that. And like I said, do the little spray all over in thin passes. Do not cake the model first time round. I learnt that the hard way when I first started many moons ago. Do it in thin passes. And if you want to practice painting some models before you crack on with the D&D characters, no worries. Have a great rest of your day, Simon. Thank you very much for swinging on by. Very much appreciated. One thing that could help you, I don't know if it would ring a bell. You know the old plastic army toys that you can sometimes get in like pound shop and dollar stores and things like that, like in tubs? If that makes any sense. Grab a pack of those and use those as your testers. So you get accustomed to spraying plastic and so on and so forth. Oh, a bit of heartburn. Airfix. Like ones. Oh, what, you mean minis or sprays? Because the minis, I would say, one moment, I'll find it on, Amazon and send it to you. Because everyone's got access to Amazon, don't they? Or most people do. One moment. 2 seconds. Oh, 1 minute. Now, there's not going to be a huge amount of detail on these models, but it's going to get you more on control of how to actually spray can and so on and so forth. Those there. It's a pack of 50 of the traditional green men plastic toy soldiers for under a £5. Alright, then if I grab you spray paint, let me grab you the sprays a minute. That's the matte white spray can. Try and find it for you. Matte black. Okay, so that is your white spray, your black spray, some minis to paint with. As I said, these are more like ways to just practice on. Alright. Army paint is speed paint. Let's. Now I do know this one is 30 quid. Alright. But this is the Army Painter Speed Paint starter bundle with the colours. But also it comes with 2 paint brushes as well. So basically that's where you could start. There you go. So if you have a look through those ones, see what you think of them. But those ones there, you know, you can then grab some minis. D and D miniature. Let's try that a minute. Let's see if there's any nice miniatures that you could just play around with. Oh god, wait a minute. If you want to play around with painting a lot of different, I'm even tempted by this set. This is actually a really good one. 1 moment. No, that's an even better set. Alright, 1 moment. I'm finding some really nice sets on it. 1 moment, let's just swap over to here. Alright, so I've just now found some really nice D&D like minis to play around with. In all fairness, that one there seems to be the nice one because for me there's some nice big monsters in the top there. There's some humanoid ones, there's some goblin, there's a nice variety. So if you were to use that one, let's copy that over. That could be quite nice. Let's just make sure I put that in there. But that could be a quite nice one to work with. Let's get back to in-game. But yeah, hope that wasn't like, oh my god, have all this, have all that. But that, I would say, the paints with the paintbrushes, the 2 sprays, and those minis, that could be a nice start for you, in all fairness. Obviously take it with a pinch of salt. Oh, pardon me. if Sean's still there. Ah, spot on. But yeah, if you have a little look through those Amazon links, alright, they may be a good start for you. Because you said your girlfriend plays D&D. Well, there's the set in there that's the D&D like. It's got some heroes and it's got some monsters. I'm even tempted to get that. Because I've got to do some DMing tonight as well. Dungeon Mastery. Game Master, whatever you want to call it. Now, before I forget, I need to do some posts for my YouTube video that's gone live this morning. Funnily enough, I made it go live when I started streaming. Don't know if that was a good idea or not. Oh, itchy eye. Once I've done the black, what I'll do, I'll shoot for like a couple minutes just to prime up the sword guys that I need to do. And then I'll be right back. But I've still got another couple more. Ugh. Getting there. He says getting there. He's only got one colour down. Carry on. Oh, I hear a ding. Thank you for the follow, Sean. Very much appreciated. You get Mr. Guitari chat. Need to figure out a name for him. I do want to change the alert notifications a little bit. I just need to find out how to actually do that. This is cool. I'm gonna look into this and give it a try. Gotta go now. It's 9:30 in New Zealand. Got to work tomorrow morning. Thank you for the help. Absolutely fine. If you need any advice, don't be afraid to send a message through the Discord. Alright? You're more than welcome. And I hope your work goes nicely for you. Okay. Hello, Scribbler. How are you doing? Good day to you. I'm well. I'm just cracking on with these Oasis Mercenaries that I've got to paint up for work. Is all good. In a wee bit, I've got to shoot for like 2 minutes while I spray up some more of these ones. Because basically the spray didn't quite work too well. I need to put the paintbrush in my cup tea. One moment. Just going to change the light a second. Alright, I need to sort out one of the settings. Oh, that's not going to work. Why is it struggling so much? Okay. Just because it's pure white, it's just flaring everything. These ones here, let me get a tape measure a minute, and I'll find out in a minute for you. I believe these are 28mm, but I will grab a tape measure. 2 seconds. Where did I put my tape measure to? One moment. Don't worry. I couldn't find my tape measure. However, I got a Warrior Rohan here, and we will grab. I would say these are supposed to be 25mm scale. So I'd say these ones are probably closer to 28mm. There you go. But in all fairness, these would fit quite well for modern Lord of the Rings, if that helps. Just thought I'd find my tape measure, but it's gone wonky, so I probably need to buy a new one. But it is what it is. But yeah, how are you keeping anyway? No worries, it's all good. I'm gonna open up a new black Templar pot. Look at this one's on its way out. I'll be right back. I'm gonna transplant the ball bearing and stuff of this one into the other one. So it'll be 2 seconds. I need to go toilet as well. Hello everyone, we are back. Just want to make sure it's all up and running still. Cool. So let us carry on with existing wisdom. Opened up a new pot of Black Templar contrast. Thank you. But yeah, how is everyone doing this morning or midday or afternoon? Taking a break from painting to watch you back. Oh, very much appreciated. I am in the very, very near future opening up the doors for doing collabs. So if any people like yourself want to do any collaborations with your painting and stuff like that, please hit me up. Metaphorically speaking. Ah, no worries. I did see your minis that you put on the Discord. Looking very, very nice. Like, genuinely. We'll have a little look in a bit and double check. Once I got all this black on, we'll have a little look. Oh, okay, spot on. Very much appreciated.
Broken bone and liar's lead, caught off guard and left for dead. Luck keeps turning as the light begins to dawn. And by healing hands I'm saved, pulled from my shallow grave. I can feel reprisal aching through my skull.
Maybe I showed you in stream last time. Ah, fair enough. I think that may have been what it was. Problem is, we've all slept since then. I generally don't do much in Discord, got enough on my plate just with Instagram. No, it's all good, it's all good. I like using Discord as just a platform to chat to people more than anything. carry on. But yeah, what's on the painting menu for your next project? Oh, thank you very much. It's a very simple but effective system. Especially when you get a lot of stuff you need to paint for work. And like, you need to keep it simple and effective, less mistakes, you know, can happen. Just helps. I'm halfway through a teller from Black Crow. Ah! That's gonna look nice when it's done. Very, very nice. And be all good. Be all good. Always going with a positive attitude. Lots of gold non-metallic metals, so it's a challenge, yeah. But it'll be great for experience, won't it? If we don't challenge ourselves, we don't progress. You know, I'm not saying for you to suddenly try and run before you can walk. I'm not saying that to anyone. But sometimes it's nice just throwing down the odd challenge to yourself.
Someday the change will come. Scattered strays who've lost their meaning, brotherhoods who hide and hoard, fallen words of help and healing, the addicted, lost and scorned, the secluded rumbling thunder, and the spite of prison bars, and the vengeful lies of wealth run dry, that watch me from afar. Someday the change will come and wash the doubt away. The heart of the desert will be harder.
Because yeah, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't mind trying non-metallic metal at some point down the line. It's just I've got so many projects going on. I know non-metallic metal will take its time to do it. I'm just like, need to crack on with other things at this moment in time. One day I'll get round to it. Alright, sweetie. Your knee? Well, put some deep heat on it, sweet. Oh. There you go. Lower it down a wee bit. We've got 2 on at the moment. All good. Yeah, make our way around. It's fine, don't need to apologise, turn strike. Helped a new person to the hobby, point them in the right direction of getting some minis, some paints and stuff. And some helpful little hints and tips while you're off. How's your kill team building coming along? GI. I think luckily with these models, because there's so much like cloth and creases and detail in them, contrast and washing and stuff can work with it, because it's not like pure open panels. I would say if they were more flatter models, contrast wouldn't per se work that well or to the fullest of its abilities. But all these creases and recesses allow it to work to its fullest.
Bad devil's gonna rend your skin now. Won't pull you down to the mire. But my river's gonna cleanse your sin now. Safe from the righteous fire. Come, brothers and sisters, we'll give you everything you need. Come, brothers and sisters, we're scattering the Savior's seed. Free faith or by the force of my hand, you're bringing me a soul to save. Cleanse the filter from my great divine land. Hellfire upon their grave. Come, brothers and sisters, we'll give you everything you need. Come, brothers and sisters, we're scattering the Savior's seed. Whoa. Step off the guilty path and come into this world of mine. The earth is collapsing down. Step off the guilty path and come into this world of mine. The earth is collapsing down. Can I get an amen? An amen now, brothers and sisters. Amen. Can I get an amen? An amen now, scatter that seed. Amen. Come, brothers and sisters,
Carry on.
give you everything you need. Come, brothers and sisters, we're scattering the Savior's seed. Come, brothers and sisters, we'll give you everything you need. Come, brothers and sisters, we're scattering the Savior's seed.
Okay, now let's see if we can paint up swordsmen without having to reshoot them. There you go.
Wake up to the job of the bell. No sweat, now feeling swell. Gee golly, it's a beautiful day. Gonna burn my troubles away. I'm going nuclear. Light up the town. The walls that hold me. I'm melting down. I'm rising up like a mushroom cloud. I'm going nuclear. Light up this town. That's right.
Now I'm gonna have to spray these up. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just gonna spray these ones up in the recesses where the white spray never went before. So I'll be back in one moment. Wrong one. There you go. Back in a moment.
where the bluest skies they float on by the streets all paved in gold, where under the smiles fair and pretty our teeth so very white, into the bones of our burdened necks they bite. Baptized in the water, you train in the well, you built up your heaven on the back of hell. Divine is the daughter, the dream that you sail, you built up your heaven on the back of hell. Breaking all beds, on breaking down stones, raising all the buildings, breaking down bones. Work all the night, work all the day. Don't get a choice, man, don't get a say. Well, there's a storm cloud stirring now. Revolt. Well, there's a storm cloud stirring now. Revolt. Tear it down. The filthy streets and the callous feet and the bloodshot Irish eyes, a floating haven for the craven nestled in the skies. Well, up and out and away we turn, there's a fight outside your doors. The shining pride of America is a nation up for war. Revolt. Baptized in the water, you train in the well, you built up your heaven on the back of hell. Divine is the daughter, the dream that you sail, you built up your heaven on the back of
That would help if I turned back on the mic. Do apologise. Just sorting out the black little wrap around the top.
the hybrid face of time and space and all that's in between. Dimensions twist and turn amidst the whims of one foreseen.
Oh, sweet. Why didn't you? Has it got a thing to it? No, no, Kelly, not a yes, a ring to it. Well, why didn't you give it a ring and then you can hang it up? There you go, getting there. If you like it, then you should put a ring on it, like Mark did. Yeah. Yeah. Getting there bit by bit. Right, what we're going to do while that's drying, just going to post about the video that I done going live this morning. So you can see about a bit of behind the scenes if you like. So, we've got 2 views on it. That's fine. Let's get a shareable link. Let's get onto the good old La Facebook. Good. Go, that is that one done, that one done, that one done, and then I'll do as well. No. Thank you. We'll put it in here. There you go, we got that one up where people would burn out. Let's get back into the good old streaming. Go. Cool. So, have these dried enough yet? Let's see how this goes on then. sheep then.
And when everything is upside down, when you're yelling but you make no sound, life is gonna spin you round. Whoa, and get a little bit stranger. When everything is upside down, a tremor in the underground. The nights are gonna take this town. Whoa, and get a little bit stranger, stranger.
Oh. Hello.
Push the kinetics, a troubled spirit breaking through. A bit of debt to repay now. But don't you dread it, a friend would never lie to you, helping you get through the pain now. And when everything is upside down, when you're yelling but you make no sound, life is gonna spin you round. Whoa, and get a little bit stranger. When everything is upside down, a tremor in the underground. The nights are gonna take this town. Whoa, and get a little bit stranger, stranger. Lost in the space set behind. Hold out a hand in your mind. Don't have to face it alone. And when everything is upside down, when you're yelling but you make no
Slowly chipping away, don't get me wrong, we've only just done the black, but in all fairness, the black is quite a prominent colour on these miniatures. My main aim today on the stream is just to get all the contrast colours blocked in. If I don't get up to the point where I can do the metallics and the basing, that's fine, I'll leave that for another stream. Absolutely fine. Because it's the weekend and I've got bits and pieces I need to do. But we shall see. getting there.
Shadows on a scorched horizon, like a wall withstand. Arizona roaring, rising from the scalded sand. The cries of a dead world, calling out in pain. Red skies on the desert, all the blood in a ranger's veins. Static on a distant signal, gonna fade to wind. Iron in my blistered fingers, raging chambers spin. The cries of a dead world, calling out in pain. Red skies on the desert, all the blood in a ranger's veins. Scorpion tails and southpaw blues, rockets of doom, they spread bad news. Scorpion tails and southpaw blues, rockets of doom, they spread bad news. The cries of the dead world, calling out in pain. Red
Let's do the
skies
trousers.
on the desert, all the blood in
That's
a
all the
ranger's
black
veins.
done for these minis, to my knowledge.
I've walked the coiling lines, set back 100 times, winding through worlds of weary kings. Once more to the first, another crumbling hall, another humbling fall. Once more the morning bells will ring, but I won't be kept down. I'll just keep on rising.
Load it up a little bit.
Suns will sink to shade.
me. Yeah. Yeah.
What is the measure of the common man?
Okay, that
No deeds to share, gifts to
I would say
compare. When all I
is
have
all the
rests
black
on
to my
taken
knowledge.
hands. I have
Base
my
coated in with Black Templar.
descent delayed, and I have tried to make you see a brighter hue. But deep down I know I'll be forever blue. And there's a blackness inside me that's breaking through. But deep down I know I'll be forever blue. Forever blue.
So let's put that to one side. So now, let us double check some other colours. So we got the red to do, browns to do, and so on and so forth. Let's crack on with the red next.
An endless coil of waste and toil. Empires are built upon the ash.
Which, to my knowledge, is Flesh Sheriff Red.
Weak and frail, those doomed to fail, and I've been trying to set free the lighter you. But deep down I know I'll be forever blue. And there's a blackness inside me that's breaking through. But deep down I know I'll be forever blue. Forever blue. Forever blue.
Let's just make sure it's all good still.
The bonds again are going into war. I could have been a colorful release. The bonds again are going into war. I could have been.
Yeah, Ivol's just put it in the Discord. A video of someone using the Vallejo contrast paint that they've done. You alright, baby? Well, I got all the black down, trying to wake up my fingers. And now I'm doing the red. Oh, could you pass my phone here then, please? I need to make sure I turn off the Wi-Fi on it, because the Wi-Fi, I need to buy new headphones. Okay, cool, that's fine. These ones hiss and fizz quite a bit, because it's radio wave stuff it works on, which is not great.
Amnesia, you've got the world on your shoulders. Innocence left you too soon. So young at heart, yet you feel so much older under your favorite full moon. So trust a little time, so to be afraid.
Yeah, I'll be interested to watch that video at some point with the new contrast paints. the slap chop old school technique that I was on about. I use that to help base coat in my Bushido models that I painted in the past. Still need to paint up more of the Minamoto clan when we get back into that. But then I layered up and made some of the colours punch more. So I think the slap chop technique is really good for obviously getting models presentable for the tabletop, but also good way of base coating layers, I would say, as well. You know, as a foundation. There's a little bit of black that I need to do on the drummer in a bit. But I can't do it just yet because it's right beside the red. So I don't want to have the colours bleed. The only thing you've got to be careful of. Can't let the colours bleed.
Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but you're growing stronger every day. Amnesia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away.
I think Flesh Terror's Red is probably one of my favourite red paints to just use in general. I know it's a contrast paint, but just, you know, just using it in general is just such a nice dark crimson red.
When the world is on your shoulders, stay. Don't fade away.
That's going on nice.
Scanning the stars at night and infinity, and it just contained. Feeling like nobody knows you. Sometimes you wanna shout out your name. Sisters scorn, brothers war, lonely pain is harder to man. Forums forget you on your feet again. So lean a little on your friends, they will carry you.
There you go. Ooh.
From the stormy nights, lean a little on your friends, they will guide you through. You know you're gonna be alright.
I need to put the Black Templar with them just to remind me that he's got a little bit of black that needs to be done on him.
But when we are together, yeah,
just the scarves on these guys that need doing, and the belts.
So lean a little on your friends, they will carry you. Shelter from the stormy nights. Lean a little on your friends, they will guide you through. You know you're gonna be alright. But when you're bitter and tired, your voices are mute, we will take the time to understand. So hang around for a while now, lay down your roots, it's time to grab a helping hand. And when you're punching for vengeance, literally, 'cause you can't find a metaphor. Or if you're weary and wasted, or feel like a freak, we will always pick you up off the floor. So lean a little on your friends, they will carry you. Shelter from the stormy nights. Lean a little on your friends, they will guide you through. You know you're gonna be alright. You're gonna be alright. Oh. Lean a little on your friends. Come into this world of mine. Here we go. Welcome home. Let me show you where I roam. Don't stray. Well, they built their walls, yeah, I ripped them down. Ain't nothing getting in my way. When the madness screams inside me, someone's gonna hear my voice. Welcome home, my friend. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time. Welcome home again. Come into this world of mine. Race and see. Take my hand and follow me. Don't stray. And I want it all, and I will take what's mine. Ain't nothing getting in my way. Welcome home, my friend. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time. Welcome home again. Come into this world of mine. Oh, let it go.
Yeah. I'll damp his chin with a little bit of white in a bit before I do the skin, just to make sure it all goes on nicely. Push us back a bit. Don't be afraid to give it a very good coat with contrast, because, funnily enough, somewhat the thicker but more controlled the coat, more vivid the shadows and stuff will be, because it'll have more paint to work with. But obviously, err on the side of caution. If you cake it too much, it can go a little bit out of hand. So there you go. go. Just be a little bit careful when you put it on a bit too thick like I did just then. Push it around a little bit just to spread it out. There you go. Now it's the head bandana to do. Yep. Getting there. And then we got these red ones to do in a moment. You know you messed up with Royal Mail. Come with 2 blokes in the van and bring you 3 boxes you can barely lift. Yes, that is when alarm bells should go off. That's when the big bells should go off. Yes, they are very chunky. They're alright. I'm still a bit with the Kill Team boxing. You get a lot in there, don't get me wrong. Yeah. It's GW with their terrain pricing that I'm not too keen on. But hey ho, it is what it is. Oh no, that isn't black, that's actually a strap. That's why I left it. Emerald slips. Okay, that's dried very nicely. There's your gradient. Gone with a nice thick but controlled layer. You get a very nice gradient when it comes to contrast and speed paints. Hopefully, P3 Instant Paint colour, I haven't used it, and the Vallejo new one that they've just brought out.
buckle and bend, child of the profane, tied to the great chain.
Forlorn faces running from the cold regret. Empty spaces, something that I can't forget. All I wanted was to wish the past away. But time's the cruelest ruler that we all
What I'll probably do today is just crack on with all the colours with the contrast and then leave it there, because then I'll varnish it with a nice matte solid varnish to protect the contrast, because if you don't contrast and instant paints and all those kind of paints of this style aren't overly durable. So I want to varnish it with a matte varnish before I then spray it up, damage it. Oh, hello! Hello, Spud. How are you doing? How did the stream go? Welcome everyone that came in from Spud. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am currently painting up some minis for a future release that's coming out. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm just cracking on with these minis. For work, surprise, surprise. But yeah, how did your stream go? Please do tell. You got anything to show off, please show it off as well. But yeah, hello everyone, hope you're all doing well. And hello, buddy minis. And famous oaks. Went well, cheers, building some 30k assault destroyers. Very nice. Very, very nice. Got like a bit of 30k. I do have a Dark Angels Legion that I'm rebuilding, but it's on the back burner at this moment in time. But yeah, what's everyone's plans for... Obviously yours is afternoon, so what's the rest of your afternoon / evening got entail? Probably some form of dinner or tea or something. But yes, welcome. I'm Mark, 6+ save. I am a miniature hobbyist that's been in this hobby since '98. And I paint a variety of different miniatures, and one of the main ones I paint at this moment in time is for TT Combat and Maxmini. I paint up like miniatures for releases from their like Fantasy Hero range and other ranges. So it keeps me out of trouble, shall we say. So these are ones that are coming up very soon. I'm just finishing off some extra models that weren't painted from a previous paint job. So it's all good. Sorry to raid and dash, need to fill my face hole. Have a great stream and great weekend. You too. Enjoy your food as much as possible, and I will do my utmost to try and look after the lovely people you brought in with you. And thank you again. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing alright. And everyone's getting ready for the weekend. Or if it is the weekend, hope you're all having a fantastic start to your weekend. Let's carry on. Get this nice thick control coat of Flesh Terror's red. All these red areas. Basically, when it's done, it looks similar to this. There's a whole army coming out of these guys. So these are going to be finishing off extra models needed. On. Do apologise, it doesn't look amazing at the moment, but we will get there. But yeah, today's stream is to get all the primary colours done, bar the metallics, because using contrasts and washes, you want to, once you're done, you want to varnish them to seal in the colours, because they can rehydrate, chip away, you know, they can get damaged. But I don't want to varnish matte varnish the metallics, because then they lose their luster. So I want to just matte varnish the contrast colours. And also, if I spend too much of the day streaming, I think my other half is going to kill me. Metaphorically speaking. There you go. Let's sort out the face a little bit. There you go. Just tidy it up a little bit. Get the back of the head done. Getting a nice thick but controlled coat definitely helps contrast. Speed paint works at their best. Ooh, itchy nose.
Arise from the deepest dream, a haven in a haze. The hounds and the sickly screams, they fade. Pale blood will guide your way. Embrace the changes and be consumed. Bleak bells that chime dismay. Echo the cries of the pale blood moon.
That is all the red done to my knowledge. So just the brush a minute. Oh. Pardon me. Just make sure everything's still running nicely. Yeah, so we got the drummer and the trumpeter still to do. Oh, wait a minute. No, I am being silly. That wasn't all the red. Still got the shield stick. Dozy me. But yeah, we got musicians to do. We got crossbowers to do. And more crossbowers to do. So let's get the red back out and do these shields. There you go. That was the one thing I was taught with contrast and speed paints and any of those ones. Don't think multiple. You can do multiple thinned coats, but don't aggravate the layers when they start to dry. Just leave them be. Let it do its own magic. Let it do what it's designed to do. There you go. Look, I'm not going to touch that shield now. Let's soak away this excess here. There you go. That'll do the job. And that is, to my knowledge, all the red now done. So, what we're going to do, we're going to use wild wood a minute and painting all the wooden areas. So that's crossbows, drums, the inner part of the shields, everything and anything. that's the wood I want to say done for them. On those ones, or that one there. Just need to sort out the face a little bit. There you go. Come on, open up, thank you. You right, baby? How's the animals then? How are the animals then?
Whether by wire or spinning land, there is no techno evolution for the dead. Psychotic dreams arise in dread. I see the world in neon
What?
red.
What? Beside the fern thing? Okay, how deep? Well, how deep is deep? Alright, well, I just need to know when I put the bark there and stuff, that's all. Just want to make sure I don't disturb him. Okay? Sorry?
It's not going to be any time soon that we get the book.
So? finally. There's shields to do. Oh god. Hope you're all doing well with whatever you are doing.
Across the savage skies and through the fishes in the fields, the rumble of the engines and the trundle of the wheels, through hell and horror trudging, yet our spirits never yield. Will they sing of these forsaken pawns of war? Hoist the flags, hold the lines, lessons ever lost to time. Now we sing for you, departed pawns of war. My bonny lays afar upon a lonely eider down, while I dream of rats and tar within my burrow in the ground. Infernal gaping scar of boiling mud and thundering sound. They won't sing of
Yep.
this forsaken pawn of war. Hoist the flags, hold the lines, lessons ever lost to time. Now we sing for you, departed pawns of war.
Now, we've got some more areas to work on. Okay. Let's put the ball to
Hoist the flags, hold the lines, lessons ever lost to time. Now we sing for you, departed pawns of war. Hoist the flags, hold the lines, lessons ever lost to time. Now we sing for you, departed pawns of war.
I don't think it's called Gruntifer. I think it's Cygor. I think it's Cygor if I'm comparing it to... Yeah, Cygor. Okay, let's crack on with Cygor then. Hello, Kaz! Long time, long time. How are you keeping? How are you keeping? It's difficult catching people at different times and so on and so forth. So yeah. So this is going to be the trousers and straps, I want to say. Not too bad. Fair enough. Good to hear. As you can tell, I'm trying to crack on with these mercenaries, these Oasis Mercenaries, I believe they're called. Don't know what's about this Saturday, but I've been super sleepy. Honestly, maybe you've just been burning the candle both ends a bit too much. Don't know. genuinely you may be a bit burnt out. Like, physically speaking. Sometimes it's nice just me neither. You know, sometimes you do need that little bit of a, cool, I'm just going to take a break and just catch up on some sleep, some rest. Just recharge those much needed batteries. Obviously it's easier said than done if you've got stuff that you need to do. Ugh. Because I'm my own worst enemy for that. I will not give myself time to rest too much. But I am learning. Been out shopping for new clothes for the kids, cleaning some of my 3D prints that I was thinking about selling. Yeah, that's, you know, you have been productive. It's just, maybe it's just generally you need to just have that, like, an afternoon or an evening of just going, I'm just gonna sit down, watch a movie, or play a video game, or you know what I mean, just turn off adult mode, if that makes any sense to anyone. Just switch it off. Ugh. I also get loads of plastic soon. Oh, okay, fair enough. What kind of plastics have you got on the way? If you don't mind me inquiring. I won a Dominion box from a giveaway, and I brought the new Conquest First Blood starter box as well. Oh, that'll keep you going and keep you out of trouble for a wee bit. That's a hearty collection of plastic as well, which is nice. It does look like a fun game. We had some of it being sold in work, but the problem is it's a difficult one trying to get like a new game system going where I live, because people are very they've only got a finite amount of time, let's say, and they're very ingrained into their games that they like. Like Bushido, there was a lot of hype and then it just died. So I'm still going to paint my Minamoto when I can get round to it after all my other stuff's done. But it is what it is. People have their favourites, don't they? I live in DK. I doubt there's a lot of people that play Conquest or Moonstar. Oh, yep. They look fabulous, like the The miniatures look like so much fun. Yeah, small country and all, yeah. The problem is everyone's only got so much time in their day as well. Like, spare. And also, people inherently don't like change too much. You like to have things safe and familiar. I think that's his trousers done. It's all good in the end, isn't it? Or it will be all good in the end, I should say. Yeah, it's a difficult one. It's like 40k is really the game system, or sorry, the way their business practice is working with the game system. It's really making me not enjoy the whole focus on tournament, focus on tournament, focus on tournament. But they're a business after all, so they're gonna go where the money is, which I can understand from a business point of view. But from a hobbyist point of view, that's been in it for many, 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 many years, and other game systems as well, it's like, it's just not nice. If anything, I get something cool on my shelf. Yes, very, very true. It's like I got Star Wars Legion Empire. I've only had a handful of games, just that with it. Bushido, 2 or 3 games with it. DC/Batman games. Last time I really played it was pre-COVID. But they're gorgeous models anyway. I've been looking at Legion. Legion's a very nice game. As I said, I'm extremely rusty with it now, because the last time I played it was just after COVID was easing. But from what I can recall, yes, there was a lot of like emphasis on list building, like most systems. But if you had it themed, like say for example Darth Vader, you know, with stormtroopers and stuff like that, it would play very, very nicely, and it'd be something fun to play with. But like you said, you've settled on Conquest, which is fair enough. I did see that there's a fan-made, fan-supported halfling Age of Sigmar battle tome that's being made, and it's making me go, that'd be cool, because I do love my Age of Sigmar. Just went a bit crazy. It went a bit like 40k. Still kind of is, but I'm kind of like, you know, with the whole book after supplement book. And it was like, just stop it, please. You know, you don't need to do that. Problem is, the vast majority of my local gaming area dove into Marvel Crisis Protocol. Infinity swung from 40k to Heresy. Well, there's still a big 40k community, but there's nothing really else, so it is what it is. I don't see myself playing a full-scale army game either, but a small-scale game would totally have fun with. Yeah, it's just it's frustrating because I like my Age of Sigmar, I like my fantasy games, but they just don't seem to have as much clout. Oh, and Middle Earth is a big one down here as well. But hey ho, I'm just a bit disillusioned with gaming at the moment. So I will plod along and keep painting. I like how Uncle Adam talks about being a game ambassador, but that requires for me to meet people. Strangely enough, I was kind of the chosen one to introduce people into 40k when it would come to people wanting to have like games at club, but it just went a bit weird. Like it just felt like if you weren't talking about meta this, meta that, you kind of weren't talking about it. So like, where's the fun in that? Sounds like my day playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes. That's why I gave up on Yu-Gi-Oh! It was just like, because I was very much, last time I played it was XYZ? XYZ? I think it was. And it's just like, it just turned into, who had the biggest wallet to buy the latest cards? For the latest combo this, combo that. And it's just like, yeah, not really, you know, chilled out fun anymore. It was like prepping to play competitive, join the meta, or beat it. Yeah, it was just like, there wasn't any like, oh, I really fancy playing a banished deck, let's say. Oh no, that's not competitive now. You'll get walked all over. It's like, well, I just want to play the cards. They look so cool. It's like, what was it? I was trying to play the ninja deck, or something like that. And then it just went like, oh no, it's not this, it's not that. And then as soon as this card came out, it was a couple cards which then made stuff silly, good, like stupid combination. The card, the price of the ninja cards just went through the roof, and it was just like, cool. So I can't finish off my deck that I was working on because I was buying booster packs and picking it up. You know, I remember playing a reticle deck with ninjas. Yeah. Oh, and what was it? Beast Warriors? Was it Beast Warriors or Beast Samurai? I want to say it could have been Samurai. I want to say it was something to do with beasts. Oh, and that was one deck that I adore. I still own it. The level up deck. You'd have you'd have armored dragon levels and then Horus levels. I love those ones. My whole yeah, I had a whole deck. I think I've still got them. I had a whole deck designed for leveling your beasts. Honestly, I don't know how, you know, They did get an update not too long ago. Oh god. I suddenly bring them out of retirement. Go, hey kiddies, see these cards. You know, see these cards from days of past. Boom. And I remember there was the what was it, Red Eyes Black Dragon and Blue Eyes White Dragon, they're knights that you would use to summon them. I remember I made a deck for that, I think it was. Because it was just, they're cool. Just feels like all companies are playing on nostalgia these days. It sells, doesn't it? It sells. It does, sadly, yeah. It's like with the whole squats Legion of Voltan thing, it's like, they're not really like squats per se, because they haven't denied it. The developers and stuff at the time for Games Workshop and the writers and stuff said they didn't do Space Dwarves justice, because they lost their, like, what made dwarves dwarves when they made the squats. It was just like, they're just a rowdy bunch of bikers, which is basically what the orcs were, you know, were. It was just like, that's why they got panned off, because they messed it up. The only thing is, since the codex got leaked, you know, the rules in the codex and stuff, everyone's gone, oh, they're overpowered this, or this, or that, and it's like, for crying out loud. They're not even released yet. You're not even playing them on the board yet. People are saying this, and it's like, crying out loud. Just wait until they're actually played with before you do this, and then they say, oh well, this playtest is saying this, isn't this? It's like, yeah. Wait and see. And you know full well, as soon as the book comes out, you give it a couple months, there'll be a massive FAQ. And they'd be like, oh yeah, we meant for it to be this. It's like, well, you had enough time to write it in, but hey ho. It's just annoying more than anything. It's just sad. Very sad. I just remember the good old days where you could just buy your book. Yes, there may be stuff in there that was broken or XYZ, but you just dealt with it. You carried on. You didn't need to worry about an FAQ in 2 months that basically wiped out your book. It's a double-edged sword. Yes, they can balance stuff. I understand that. But then it's like, then they balance stuff because some tournament player is min-max and stuff, like 3 of these tanks. It's like, well, not everyone's going to have 3 of those tanks, but because someone's bought 3 of those tanks and winning in tournaments, now my 1 tank is being nerfed. It's like, where's the fairness in that? That's the only thing. That's what's kind of discouraged me from it all. It's the same problem with Age of Sigmar. Seem to have a big problem, GW, with going, we need to sell new stuff, let's make it as powerful as possible to sell it for the tournament players, then the casual players and the narrative players get punished. It does, because I've got it at work, and people are saying, oh, you're chasing the meta mark. It's like, no I'm not, you know I like my dwarves. Oh, it's a joke. I was like, no, I don't find it a joke. Don't find it a joke at all. That's why I've only played my town once. I just hate it being made to feel like you're being punished. But that's the beauty of casual play. You can play the rules you want. Yeah, the thing is, I wish that they have enough money to do this. They would hire a couple people, alright, that they could actually write now how do I word this correctly? I know there's Crusade play, but Crusade to me is a great way of playing, but it's more like Dungeons and Dragons and a role play. Alright? So there's a lot of bookkeeping. Now, if I wanted to have a casual game, like me and you had a casual game, let's say, and I just brought my 1,000, 2,000 point tile list. I just want to play with it, not worry about this FAQ this FAQ that, unless it clarified like something that was very, very grey and it wasn't very clear. More of an errata than an FAQ. That's what I want. So it's kind of like you would have, and I know people say Tempest of War and stuff like that. I've used open play cards in Tempest of War. That's fine. It's a fine way of playing. It's more the rules. The armies seem to be skewing for like secondaries this, secondaries that, and it's like the Voltan only have one good secondary, I believe. So it's like, well, where's the brokenness in there? As I said, it's a weird one. I don't want it to turn into a big bitch and moan time. I'm not trying to do that. It's just, it's frustrating. That's what's killing my enjoyment of it at the moment. So, I am going to be working on the trousers, not the trousers, sorry, the boots and the shins using snakebite leather. But yeah, I would like to go to championships and tournaments and stuff like that to get more games in with my armies. But the whole thing is just killing my enjoyment, and that's why I haven't actually painted any of my Dark Angels that I stripped. I stripped like 5,000 points worth of Primaris. I haven't touched my Blades of Avalon White Templars since last year. It came up on my newsfeed. Just killing it. Barely touched my Talons. Haven't really touched any of my Tau. It's kind of like great. It's a difficult one. That's also what everyone else says. That's why I haven't invested in any Warhammer. Well, that's a lie. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I love Crusade, but you have to have like a community of it, if that makes sense. I have one Warhammer model bought with my own money. Yeah. Now, I love the stories, the backgrounds, the lore, the fluff behind it. Why do you think I've been collecting it since '98? But when they keep chasing tournament and, it's like, they say, oh, it's always been codex creep and book creep. It's like, yeah. But when it's like, to the point now that you buy the newest book, you're basically going in to win games. Nah. Yes, the lore, the fluff, the narrative behind it. I think that's why a lot of people are now driven towards Heresy 30k for gaming. It's just it seems to be a lot more not so much balanced gaming. I'm not going to say it's balanced. I'm going to say it's a lot more streamlined gaming. You fight over objectives. There's no secondaries. There's no shenanigans like that. It's a lot more old school. Like, it's not just a kill fest. It's you fight over these objectives. You want to grab these objectives and you play to your strengths and weaknesses. And also, the units are very much what they're like in the stories, in the books, in the lore, which is great. But yeah, that's why I'm collecting Voltan, because I love my dwarves and stuff like that. And in all fairness, people say, oh, you could take them tournaments. Like, yeah. And then I'm just basically feeding into the whole thing of what I hate about GW. I know it's a strong term saying hate, but I do. And they say, oh, you need to buy these tournament books every 6 months, I believe it is. They've been out of stock for like a huge amount of time, and then people are like, well, there's no point buying it. It's just I don't know, it's just a way of making more money for them. They never needed to really do it before, so stop doing it now. But it's tournament players, and then you say, oh well, casual players don't need to buy it, but they change secondaries around. Well, what happens if you're a casual player that don't go to tournaments, but you still like the idea of the secondaries, let's say? Cool, so the new secondaries are in the new book. You kind of, it feels like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Which is a shame. Honestly, I don't know what they can or can't do. As I said, I'm not a business executive for it or anything like that. But I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, well, if the rumours are true that they bring back the lion in 10th edition, yeah, I'll be buying him, paint them up. You know, I'm Dark Angel through and through. But will I gain that much? I doubt it. Yeah, the conquest base rules are free. Yeah, that's the thing. Why can't they just do that? Why can't they do it where, and I'm sure they have a few scenarios in there as well. Yeah, with Middle Earth, with the new release, the new Rings of Power and stuff like that, I still need to sit down and watch it. GW have released the core rules for Middle Earth for free. Now I do know they've done that with 40k, but it's a strange one. It is very strange. As I said, I don't want to upset anyone by making it feel like I'm just having a moan about it. It's just as frustrating more than anything. I just don't know what they can do. I've watched the Rings of Power, and in my opinion, don't really know if I like it or not. It's kind of meh. Yeah, I've heard the same. So I just generally want to watch it with. I've watched no reviews. I've watched no spoilers. Anything. So I just want to go in with like a blank expectation and see what it's like. I think the problem is it's got such big shoes to fill, because it is Middle Earth. I know it's different license, slightly different licensing and different storylines and X, Y, Z. So they've got a lot, they've got a lot of pressure. It's not bad, don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's, as I said, a lot of people that the problem is, you got a lot of the people that are like Game of Thrones fanboying, and it's like, I think the biggest thing that I've heard is the detriment to the Rings of Power is it seems to have been like, it was somewhat rushed, production wise, which if it has, as I said, that's a shame. because the reason why Lord of the Rings and stuff done so well was that they were in production making costumes and stuff for like 8 years. It has the atmosphere, it has the feel, but at the end of the day, it feels like a Game of Thrones look-alike, but without the sex and the murder. Yeah, I hope it's not. I genuinely don't. Game of Thrones is its own thing. Alright, I didn't mind Game of Thrones, I just didn't get attached to it. It was nice. I watched it through. Didn't watch the very last series, but I was given I lent the DVDs of all the series bar the very last one, because I didn't have internet at the time, so I watched them all, and they're enjoyable, but they're not Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is high fantasy. Or Middle Earth, sorry, is high fantasy. Whereas I would say Game of Thrones isn't like high fantasy. I would definitely say it is fantasy, but not high fantasy. Yeah, they're definitely their own. They've definitely got their strengths and weaknesses. I'm looking forward to seeing the animated movie that's being produced. War of the Rohirrim, I think it's called. I'm a fanboy for Rohan, but I hope that comes out nice. It'd be interesting, because if it comes out well, that will open up a lot of opportunities for Middle Earth stories and stuff to be, you know, worked on and developed. It's just layout of Rings of Power feels very similar. Yeah. The problem is, I think they're kind of going, Game of Thrones works. I wonder why it works do the same. It's like my Rohan army that I want to be painted up. I bought a metric ton of tufts, and I don't think it's enough anyway to then do the bases, because Rohan is supposed to be a sea of grass, but it still has like that rocky, dry ground underneath. So I want the earth to be showing. So tufts I thought would be the best way to do it. I've got prairie style and Serengeti style. Yeah, get all these colours on, then I'll leave it there. I've still got some more browns to do and the skins to do. Then I'll leave it there, varnish it, and then may come back tomorrow and do another stream to get these guys done. said, if I stream too much today, I think my other half will have words. And I still need to pop Games Workshop to pick up the Inquisitor store anniversary one, because he is a gorgeous, gorgeous model. And I do want to get that before, because the problem is it's 21 quid. But I know full well if I try and snap them up on eBay at a later date, they'll go for like 50 quid. And I'm like, nah, bite the bullet, get it now. He is going to be a painting project that I will not rush. Oh, that is them done with snakebite leather. Oh god. My heart jumped into my mouth before I'd spilt it. Ooh. That again. Oh, clicky fingers. Stretch, 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 stretch. Oh, my back. Oh, let's just make sure everything's still running nice and smooth. So we got some straps and some skin to do. This is what I mean by you need to varnish it, because that paint's already chipped away. Thank you, Kaz. I will do that in one moment.
And Rohan will answer. Muster the Rohirrim.
I will grab a drink in one moment. I'll be 2 seconds. I'll grab a drink and I'll have a stretch at the same time. Oh, nice stretch. Alright, so let's crack on with what we need to do. The final colours that we're going to really work on are... Brain's having a moment. Skin tone, that's what it was. Skin tone and skeleton horde, they're going to be the main ones. And gore grunter first. Let's sort out the skin a minute. So we're going to use Gilliman flesh. Let me get the paintbrush sleeve a minute. Because at the moment the lid keeps flipping down. carry on.
Hoist the flags for the lines, lessons ever lost to time. Now we sing for you, departed bonds of war. Hoist the flags for the lines, lessons ever lost to time. Now we sing for you, departed bonds of war.
All the skin gets a good coat.
Another bond of burning sea. Let the pale moon paint the sky in frost. And in the lives long past, in the cinders of the weak, lie the failures of the lost. Fires fade, the dimming of the embers. Wake from your sleep again. Fires fade, wills of steel to temper. Come reignite this hopeful flame.
Yeah, I wouldn't normally stream on a weekend, but these guys need doing.
Should the fires fade? Should the cinders burn? Should the fires fade? Should the cinders burn? Should the fires fade? Should the cinders burn? Should the fires fade? Silence, our final hymn. Should the fires fade? Should the cinders burn? Should the fires fade? Silence, our final hymn. And the world comes tumbling down. Cold kings clutch crumbling ground.
Yeah, probably when I'm done with the stream in a wee bit, hopefully go off and watch some Rings of Power. be edumacated. It's coming together nicely. As I said, I do think contrast and speed paints and stuff do have their place. Just need to, like, pick and choose where to put them. I do want to do a dwarf Lord of the Rings army anyway. Kind of in two minds. Do I sell off my Mordor and my Moria and just concentrate on Rohan and Khazad-dûr? Khazad-dûr? Which I think would be quite cool. I'm going to use Gore Grunter for just the base coat in the leather straps and the scabbards. Even though it's slightly different colour that was already there, I can then paint over it to make it match. Oh no, it's not that one. Is it? No, it's Agrat's. It's June's. Me being silly. And that'll be a similar one. June's.
Wake to the creaks and groans of the motors and the masts on the sovereign sea. Trinkets of shrieking bone, dank the tokens of the past come to trouble me. Out of time, I go running as you're running out of time, storming for thy return from the nothing. I am back to reclaim what's mine.
I will get Gore Grunter in a minute. Just to do some straps in a bit.
Darkest voids ever waiting for the chime of the hand that two. Lots of a heart destroyed, circulating in the blind as they stand with you. Out of time, I go running as you're running out of time, storming for thy return from the nothing. I am back to reclaim what's mine. Keep the clocks a-running, keep every hammer drumming. Time will open the doors. Keep the clocks a-running, keep every hammer drumming. I'm coming back to the fore. Set the wheels, I'm coming back to the fore. Clockworks licking, they clink within. Locks and riddles of rings will spin. Cogwheels licking their springs and vents. Walls are closing in. And I have been to some bad, bad places, taken gifts of the darkest shrines. I have seen despair in the saddest faces. Now I'm back to reclaim what's mine. Keep the clocks a-running, keep every hammer drumming. Time will open the doors. Keep the clocks a-running, keep every hammer drumming. I'm coming back to
So I'm going to use that for pouches and stuff in a minute. Or grunter fur. Mix it into the aggregates dunes a minute. Just to make a nice slight variant for here. Now let's crack on with these straps. Yeah. There you go. think that's a good place to climb it. Let's just make sure clean the brush on it. I think that's a good place to leave flat for the moment. So obviously there are my references to go by. Gonna take a little bit of adaptation work to get these the same, but that is all. The colours down bar, tidying up some of the straps and the bowstrings that I'm gonna paint in traditionally with, you know, acrylic paint. And the metallics, I'm going to do, obviously, same again. Because you can't really do a metallic contrast. Or I don't think you can. Could be proven wrong. And then same with this one. I need to do a nice bit of drum skin on there. But yeah, I'm very pleased so far. So all I've got to do is base in and the metallics, and then these guys will be done. So hopefully do that in a future stream in the not too distant future. But thank you again for everyone joining me today, very much appreciated. We're just gonna raid on and go from there, but hopefully the rest of your weekend goes smoothly. But thank you again, and you all take care.